220 Orcrus. Oh, damn. That's a lot. Absolutely insane. Let me just finish getting this set up here. Wonder when it'll reset. At some point. Alright. Get that set up. It's taken care of. More game data set up. Just in case you have hot sauce enabled. I keep forgetting to disable it, and I keep forgetting to enable it when I do disable it, so I'm just going to leave it on. It's just easier. We did these, didn't we? Yes. We got the coffee. I do have coffee. I always have coffee in the morning. Okay. Close that. Open this thing up. It's the comics that we needed to set up to, wasn't it? Ow. If that's comic 1, duplicate. Comic 2. I watched PC Game Showcase. I could safely skip it, saw nothing interesting. Yeah, I tuned in at the very end because I was sleeping through most of it. I was like, yeah, nothing there that I really care about. Whatever. Now, the comic... This has the mesh. I feel like we can get rid of that. Because this is just product. And that means... under this, meshes, get this, we go comic 1 Trez. if we do this, what's the difference between that material? That material. Okay. So that is the one that we want to assign to it. I'm going to save this as Comic 1. I'm going to save this one as Comic 1 Trez. Save it over that. And then this one is going to be something similar. God damn it. That one. Now I want to save this as Comic 2 Trez. We're going to save this as Comic 2 Res. We're going to change the texture to that. So this way we just use the one comic and we just assign the mesh based on what's assigned to the item data. And then that mesh already has the material set up that we need and all that kind of stuff. Let's see. What was it? PC Games Showcase. What up, Cam? How we doing? G'day, you get done. Star Trek Outposts Unknown. Okay. Hack 95. That looks like it's going to be like a comedy kind of game. Went into work, hanging from last night. Got sent home within an hour and a half. And you got a promotion. Jesus. Company of Heroes Definitive Edition. Red Kiss, right. Arcane Eats, okay. Serious Sam's Shadow Universe. So, okay. So there's another Serious Sam coming out. That one might be interesting. I might be intrigued by that. Control Resonant. So this is the sequel to Control. Alright, that might be good. Might be good. Gone Feral, okay. Yep, that was already released. That's just an extension. There are no ghosts at the Grand. Okay. Happy Bastards, fair. Another door. Dave the Diver in the jungle. If he's in the jungle, he's not really a diver anymore, is he? I mean, rivers only go so deep. I was at celebrating the promotion with my boss and colleagues last night. I know, you told us. I turned up to the office at 6:50 a.m. for a 7 a.m. shift that was meant to be 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And you couldn't stick it out. Beef Remastered, of course there's another remaster. Planet Zoo 2. Wardens of Avalon. Stronghold 4. 2 fights. 2 tight spaces. What? Cassette Beast 2002. Interesting. Pipes XE. Total War, Warhammer 40k. Okay. Vampire the Masquerade event, or extension, or whatever. Valheim 1.0 release date. Fair enough. Oh yeah, there's nothing there that I'm like, oh my god, I'm so excited for that. But I mean, the Serious Sam I might be interested in. I got tomorrow off as well since I was sick in the office. Cam, at some point you will reach an age where you realize how foolish your drinking at the current time is. And I know you're like, huh, no I won't. Trust me. Trust me, I was there. Did the same thing. I know exactly what it's like. I had like 2 rum and cokes and a pitcher of cocktails. Yeah, it's that picture that would have done it. Yeah, had a pint of coke between every single one. So a pint of coke is not the same as a glass of water. Alright. Coke is not hydrating. So one of the big things that causes hangovers and people to feel sick the following day is the amount of sugar that you ingest while consuming alcohol. Because when all that sugar leaves your system, you have a sugar crash. Combine that with dehydration, and you've just got, yeah, you got headaches, you feel unwell, you're tired, you don't want to move. Not good. Not good. Still made it into the office. I mean, yeah, but I remember someone telling me that drinking is easy. Drinking responsibly is something that you have to learn how to do. It's a skill. It's a skill to be able to drink, have a good time, but also be responsible. And I was like, huh. I can... What? How is it a skill? And these days I'm like, oh, yeah, it's definitely a skill. That picture was Mango Monster Energy Vodka Rum. Oh my god, and you had a picture of that. That and the cokes that you had and the rum and cokes. I'm assuming you had coffee that morning as well. I'm assuming you had coffee that morning too. The amount of caffeine that you ingested as well. You had an energy drink in the morning. That's too much caffeine. There's an unhealthy amount of caffeine. Comic. Albedo. Around 20 milligrams roughly. Yeah, but like recommended daily consumption of like energy drinks is like, depending on which energy drink you get, the size of it and whatnot, it's usually like 1 or 2. At least in Australia it is. I don't know how it is elsewhere. 32 milligrams per 100 ml is my usual. And then I get a 500 milliliter can. 500 milliliter can. Megabyte can. Fuck's sake. I've been online for too long. I'm starting to read milliliters as megabytes. Everything's a megabyte. Save as comic 5. Save as comic 5. Quick load. Oh. Lovely. Have you heard of the new band? 1023 mega. New band, right? Yeah, I've heard that joke before. Yep. Yep. Although on a serious note, Cam, have you heard of the band 8-Bit? What up, David? How we doing? Game data, exactly. You have not? Okay. I hear they bite. Can't believe you fell for it. I want to put a bet on if Cavino will have his gameplay trailer out by tomorrow. I don't know how far he is. I'm going to say that it's possible. Yep. Me falls over and dies from laughing from terrible joke. You know it. You know it. He said earlier he's still editing. Yeah. I mean, I know how annoying the trailer process can be. Like, I've redid my trailer like 4 times to add things to it that I needed to have in and stuff like that. And the editing isn't even the longest part. The editing's not the longest part. It's getting footage from game that you can use in the trailer. That's what takes the longest. Editing everything takes like no time at all. Just looking at some filters and whatnot. That's good enough. Good enough. I think you will. What up, Zakua? There's something you wanted to ask? Ask away. I shall maybe possibly answer. They're all $16. All the comics are $16 because why not? These ones here, required web was 5. Your required web was 5. Your required web was 7, 8. 8. Your required web was 8. So for the comics, we'll have those as 5. Comic 232. Comic 264. Comic 2. I've talked with a bunch of guys, game devs, and all of them don't like the idea of working for AAA studio. I asked them why, but no reasonable answer was provided. Is the industry fucked up? I mean, the work-life balance and the stress of work. So I think the issue with AAA studios at the moment and why people don't want to work with them is A, they just keep laying off a shit ton of people, so people don't view them as stable jobs. It's like, you'll take it if you have no other choice, so that you have money coming in. But you're not going to think of it as like a long-term thing, because at any point in time, the company could just be like, all right, we're going to lay off 600 people because we don't have money coming in. So that's the first reason why people don't want to work at AAA studios anymore. They just don't view them as trustworthy or stable jobs anymore. The other issue is all the games that AAA studios are putting out at the moment, 99% of them are shit. Like, they're terrible. No one wants to play them, and no one wants to work on them. Like, you don't want to work on a game that you don't want to play. So, yeah. And people will be like, oh, the games aren't actually bad. It's like, yes, they are. That's why they keep failing. Like, that's why you'll have a AAA game that's had hundreds of millions of dollars put into it over a few years die with a maximum player base of like 600 people at any concurrent time. It's just, no one wants to play it. So yeah, those people like that used to work there that don't want to work there anymore, they're just going to find jobs elsewhere. Find jobs elsewhere, and they don't want to deal with. They don't want to deal with games that, instead of focusing on being fun, are focusing on message. Like, so yeah, it's not any one reason that people don't want to work there. It's like a combination of multiple of why they don't want to work there. So what's this one? You're level 10. That's fine. Makes sense, but then wouldn't it be an issue for AAA studios to find people in the future? It's not going to be an issue for them to find people, because the unfortunate truth is the AAA studios need less and less people because they keep like losing money and they can't afford more people. So basically the AAA industry is coming down a bit. It's scaling down, so they need less people. And there are those people in the game dev space that want to work on those games and want to work on a message instead of entertainment. Yeah. But eventually there'll be a flip. Either all of the AAA studios will have a change of leadership and they'll go back to like focusing on making a game that's entertaining, or all the AAA studios will disappear. Like all the current AAA studios will like either disappear or downgrade into non-AAA studios, and the Eastern studios coming out of like China and Korea and Japan and stuff like that will like become the new AAA tier, because those are the ones that are focusing on quality and entertainment rather than some social messaging. Yeah. No one wants to play a game to talk about shit that's going on in the world. People want to play a game to escape reality. And if you're gonna put out a game, like if AAA studios are just putting out games at the moment that always push some sort of political or social message, and no one wants it. Okay, what's the next one? 15 is going to be what we need. I've set those to be level 10 and 12 will go for you. So now we'll have 10 and 10. You'll be... $132. 164. You'll be 10. Oh, no, you're 5. Which studio is this? Sorry, AAA. Just AAA studios in general at the moment. Basically the question was why are there so many game devs that don't want to work for AAA studios at the moment? And the reason is because they keep firing large numbers of people and they keep putting out games that aren't fun. They're messages. And no game dev wants to work on a game that they don't find fun. So, yeah. Seen the new God of War game teaser and was disappointed. Like, the game is called God of War. What the fuck am I going to play with a different character? Yeah, so that's one of the criticisms with God of War is it's in the God of War universe, which is why it's called God of War, blah, blah, blah. Same way as... Because, like, the character you play is Kratos, and Kratos, sure, God of War, sure. But people have associated that name, like that they've associated God of War with Kratos, rather than God of War being an IP that encompasses more than just Kratos. So now they're trying to introduce this other character and have you play as this other character that we've never played as before or anything like this. And I think it would have been fine. It would have been fine if they had have made the character... People are going to hate this, but it would have been fine if they made the character as attractive as the actress that it's modeled off of. You know? That's all. That's why games coming out of China and stuff are kicking ass. That's why people enjoy like certain Resident Evil games. That's why people enjoy Stellar Blade and Bayonetta and things like this. But yeah. Game looks fun, to be honest. Seems like a little overreaction. It is, but the problem is... you can say that it's an overreaction, but if it's the reaction that the majority of your player base is having, you need to accept that, and you need to make changes to like please the player base. Because if you don't make those changes, your player base isn't going to play that game. Like, it'd be much more interesting if Atreus was the main character. I can say that. I think most people assumed after Rag that the next God of War game would be Atreus, who is also not God of War, and no one cared then. No one cared then, but you've got to remember that Atreus was like introduced as like a side character in a God of War game that had storyline tied to and stuff like that. And while Atreus is not God of War, is the son of the God of War, I believe. Which kind of mean like the torch gets passed to Atreus when Kratos is gone. So Atreus is technically a God of War. I don't play the God of War games, so I assume Atreus is Kratos' son, based on like trailer stuff that I've seen and whatnot. But yeah, I don't think very loud people on Twitter are the majority of the player base. People had similar reaction to God of War and Ragnarok. I remember massive outrage, God of Woke, etc. The games ended up doing extremely well. Yeah, but like you can't just say that the very loud people on Twitter are the majority, are not the majority, because what they've done with this new God of War game is the same thing they've done with a bunch of games over the last 5 years or so, which have all failed. Like, God of War Ragnarok hasn't done the same thing that this new God of War has done. Like, it's, like, the new God of War is still going to do well. I'm not saying it's not going to do well. It's still going to do well. It's not going to do as well as previous God of War games. And because it's not going to do as well as previous God of War games, the extra money and such that they've sunk into it are going to cost them a bit. And that is the problem with the AAA industry at the moment, is yes, the game technically did well, but they're putting more and more money and resources into these games. And just because the game did technically well doesn't mean they're making back as much as they planned to or wanted to, which means they don't have the money for the next stuff to work on, which means they have to fire a shit ton of people. So that's the whole problem. To be honest, combat style was good. That's fair. But yeah, yeah. Majority of the player base for the God of War games are gonna be... They're gonna be guys that want to play as a huge jacked guy destroying gods. And I don't think that's what the new God of War is gonna be. Thus, that player base is not going to be interested. Yeah. What was Ragnarok about? Because I assume in Ragnarok you were still playing as big muscly guy Kratos, and you were still going around fighting extremely large, powerful beings. Let me duplicate this. This will be 15. When do you unlock? You unlock at 13. You unlock at 15. Bro, you spoiled the whole game. Ray was very focused on overcoming the sins of the father, and Kratos spends a lot of time avoiding fights, primarily through the advice of strong female characters, which is what people got upset about. So here's the thing, that's part of the story, but are you telling me that there were no fights like what I was explaining? Like what I was outlining? Let's see, this one here is the third one. There were a lot of fights. Exactly, and that's my point. You can have a story that is, talking about, avoiding fights and stuff like that. But if you still have the fights in it, that's what the people want. People want those fights. So there's a difference between having the character that you're playing as a big muscly guy that goes around and does a bunch of combats with big, strong people. But when you take that away and you change the character from being a big, muscly guy that the guys playing the game want to be, and you substitute that out with a character that the guys playing don't want to be, and you get rid of the that type of living vicariously through the character, might lose the bottom 50% of the shallow people who play your game, but why isn't it just that you'll adopt a new, potentially better and more informed buyer? That's the problem, Sonny, is the people that advocate for this type of stuff in video games are not the people that buy those types of video games. If they were, then Concord wouldn't have failed. And Marathon wouldn't currently be failing. It's the same type of people. And also calling the people, like, saying people are not better, like, saying that there's another group of player that is better and more informed just because they like a game to be different to the way you like it to be. That's a very dick statement. That's a very dickish perspective. I'm just going to say it, Sonny. Marathon seems so low effort and shallow, it just looks bad. Yes, it does. And that is done by the same group that constantly changes out these stories and whatnot. Yeah. Let's see. Let me change this out. If I change this, it's going to alter this. That's the problem. I've duplicated it, but it's still the same array. So if I clear that, and now it's going to be a new array. Excellent. Now I can assign comic 2 and comic 2. No, I need to save it as a new. That's what I need to do. Three. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if you play a game specifically about being a better man, and if all you got from it was me big man smash, then it's a very shallow interpretation of a work of art, which is factually true. Better was a bad word, though. I take it back. Yeah, like no one's better just because they want a different type of game than someone else. Like, and no one's more, like, you can't say that someone else is more informed. Because, again, the reason people play these games is to escape reality and live vicariously through the players. That's why people play Grand Theft Auto. That's why people play Assassin's Creed. That's why people play God of War and Halo and all these games. Not because they're talking about some modern day social political message. So, if you take away the stuff that they want to play to escape reality, and you just put in more stuff that reminds them of modern day reality, they're not going to want to play it. Like, that's all there is to it. Comic 3. Comic 3. Comic 3rd. And this one we need to change out to Comic 3. I'm pretty sure it's... Yeah, that's correct. Put you in there. $15. But the studios are going to put out whatever they want, and I think the big issue that's going to be a problem for a lot of these larger companies is, like, a lot of these AAA studios and such, is currently they rely, like, they just spend other people's money. You know? Like, they don't... Like, they get investments from people to make a game. And every time they put out a game that doesn't perform as well as they say it should, and the people that invested that money don't get back as much as they expected, they're going to end up with less and less people investing money to make the games. And then they're going to get to a point where they can't make games anymore because they don't have the money coming in to make them. I probably shouldn't give money to AAA assets. I mean, like, there are AAA studios out there that still do good stuff. Like, look at Capcom. Like, Capcom is putting out great game after great game. They're, like, smashing out a bunch of Resident Evils and crap that people love. People are dying for the next Devil May Cry. But Capcom's not saying anything about if they're doing it or when it's going to come out or anything like that. So I was like, you do have AAA companies that are still doing good stuff. It's just majority of the ones from Europe and America aren't doing things the same way as those companies or to the same quality as those companies. So... you're dealing with your player base, which are hack and slash game type fans. Yeah. Japan's cheat code is they have pretty small, very senior, experienced dev teams as well. FromSoft is like 200 people, right? Yeah, exactly. And it's like, that's probably like, that leads into the large layoffs that these AAA studios do as well. Is they hire so many people and they create so many jobs that are unnecessary that they end up having thousands of people work on a game and produce a poorer quality game than what you could have gotten if you just had a team of 50 people that were dedicated to putting out the best possible version of that IP in the same amount of time. But they have to have a reason. Like, they have to come up with all these reasons to, like, spend all this money and make a big deal about it all and stuff like that. And then when the game doesn't do well, they're like, well, I guess we're just going to fire, like, 800 people. Here's the hot sauce. Why don't they, in your opinion? Because management has, like... The problem with management at these type of AAA studios is the people that you hire aren't necessarily going to be gamers. You know, like when you're hiring a manager, you're not hiring a gamer to manage people. You're hiring someone that's experienced in management. And all the managers I've met throughout my time in IT and stuff, very few of them have come from an IT background. Almost none of them play video games. So when you have those people in charge making these games, they're like, oh, let's take it in a completely different direction. And you don't have anyone stopping and going, well, hang on, no, this is our play. This is what people want. You're now changing it completely, and people are going to be pissed about that because that's not what they want. You're trying to rebuild your entire player base for an already established IP, instead of keeping your existing player base and growing that player base. And that's kind of why I like Valve and why Valve keeps putting out solid games, because Valve is a very small company. They have a very small number of people that work on their games comparatively to like AAA companies and stuff. And they focus on people that like want to work on that IP. They want to make the best possible game. They're not hiring people because of any sort of view they have or anything like that. They don't care about anything you do. Valve have a completely ridiculous context, though. There's not many companies in the world that could be Valve. Maybe Amazon. No, Amazon could not be Valve. Amazon is way too large to be Valve. Like, so, if Valve went out and started buying up all of the game studios, Valve would become just as bad as all of the other companies. I just meant from a side business that prints money perspective. Or from a we have a side business that prints money perspective. I mean, from that perspective, sure. Like, in terms of being an actual company, like, it's simple. Like, the way Valve does it is they, like, if you don't fit in, like, if you cause problems at the company, like, if you're complaining about things, or if you're causing problems for people and stuff like that, they just get rid of you. They're like, no, we don't want that shit here. They have a like whole culture at Valve, which is like, this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing. We're all focused on making this as good as possible, like the best possible thing it can be. And they don't have 500 people working on that thing. They have like 50 people working on that thing. And they're all very smart, all very capable people working on that thing. And that's it. And that is... So basically, Valve's development team isn't that much bigger than the Expedition 33 development team. Valve is extra weird because they are the teams, because all the teams are opt-in as well, right? I don't think they're all opt-in. I don't think any company has a true opt-in process. It's very much a, like, you know, put your interest in sort of thing. But it's like, it's never gonna be a, oh yeah, I'll do that. I'll work on that project. It's gonna be like, all right, you want to work on this project, but you're also working on these 3 other things at the moment. Perhaps you don't work on this thing as well. Perhaps you keep working, yeah. You don't get assigned to something, you decide what you want to work on. It would, yeah, it'd be an interest-based thing. Like, you would be like, oh yeah, I'd like to work on these things. And they're like, all right, cool. We'll get you on one of those, sort of thing. But at the same time, there's going to be stuff at Valve that no one's throwing their hands up for, being like, oh, I'll work on that. Like, there's gonna be those projects. There's projects at every company that no one wants to work on, but you have to have someone work on them so you can, like, keep things running. Why don't they adopt the Eastern Studio, how Eastern Studio produces and works? Also, Valve allows employees to choose which project they want to work on. And why don't they, in your opinion, why don't they adopt how Eastern Studios produces and works? Because the way Eastern studios do it is the way that Western studios were doing it 15 years ago. Which is what people that don't play games are calling out about games these days. Like, Eastern studios typically make less money than Western mega hits, I think. They're very focused on domestic markets and typically will, so we only see insane breakout hits. Well, that's the same for any AAA company. Like, you don't have AAA companies putting out, like, these tiny games that no one hears about. Like, Western studios are still new. Like, Western studios haven't been pumping out games at the same like, Eastern studios haven't been pumping out games the same way Western studios have been for the last 20 to 30 years. Like, Western studios of the AAA size are still very new. Well, Eastern studios of AAA size are still very new, like from China and stuff like that. So those companies, like, sure, you can say it, they make less money, but the fact that they're still putting out games at the same quality, like graphical quality and with better gameplay and stuff like that, of Western AAA studios means that they're, like, in 5 years, they are going to be the big dogs. Yeah. The lovely thing about Japanese games is a whole world of Japanese AA games that do okay locally, never leave the country. Western AA, AAA is made for the world, I feel. It's not, though. It's not, though. They are made for, like, probably 5-10 years ago. Like, 10 years ago, I would say yes. But these days, it's not really made for the world. It's made for a subset of people that have the same opinions as you. Like, it's like the whole... It's the illogical stuff that they put into games. Like, it's the completely illogical stuff that they put into games. Like in World of Warcraft, having a mage that's confined to a magical wheelchair. It's like, they're a fucking mage. Why do they need a wheelchair? They have magic. Or in Dragon Age, what was it? The newest Dragon Age Inquisition, where they added, like, the top surgery scars, and it's like, I'm pretty sure, like, that there's magic in Dragon Age, isn't there? Like, why would they even have that? Like, they could just use magic to not even have scars for the surgery. Like, what? It's stuff like that. It's like that. There's no reason for it to be there other than to put in your own personal worldview. Yeah. A curse? You're telling me that there's no magic ever that can break that curse? Because I would say that's BS. There's always some form of magic that can break the curse. Like... It's just... There might be, doesn't mean that mage has access to it. That mage doesn't have access to it because they want to have that, like, disability pro messaging. There was also the game, the combat game. There was like a futuristic sci-fi combat game where you played as a soldier that was in a wheelchair and used 2 robots to do the fighting for you. And it was like, what the fuck is that? How does that make sense on the battlefield? Why is that person out in the battlefield when they can just send the robots in and stay at home? What? So yeah, it's putting stuff like that into games that just doesn't make sense, and that's why Western studios are gonna keep struggling. That's why they do stupid things and then wonder why no one plays the game. The fuck is this? Fuzzy. Faguzi. Imazi. Imaza. Quasi. Fizzer. The fuck? These are the worst letters to be left with, by the way. Q, J, V, X, and Z. Horrible letters. Jaffe. Mafia. There we go. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. What a word. What a word. Alright. Let's see if we can do this one a bit better. Brand. Cool. Okay. Okay. Truck. Yeah. So that's truck. We have sauce. There's pause. Then there's bloke. Too easy. Too easy. If you got the chance to work at AAA studio, would you take it regardless of the layoff situation? No. I don't like working... Like, so the reason I wouldn't work at a AAA studio is the same reason I wouldn't work at a lot of other companies. It's just the amount of pressure they put on to get stuff finished. I'm very much a relaxed person. Like, I will do my job to the best of my ability and get what I can released and finished as soon as I can. If things prevent me from getting to that are outside of my control, I'm not going to panic about it. If we get to like a week from release and it's going to take us 3 days longer than that to get things completed, I'm not going to sit there freaking out just because someone else is like, oh, we have to get it done. No, I'm not doing that. I can't go back in time. I'm not going to spend all of my nights working on your product. Fuck off. Not doing it. Not doing it. I will work 9 to 5. And I will only stay I'll only stay late if I have like a dentist appointment at 9 a.m. and I can't get into work until 10 a.m. Then I'll work like 10 till 6 or something, you know? Outside of that, you can get screwed. If I'm not at work, that's it. How we doing, Bob? Do you sometimes feel like when games have this messaging and fail, people highlight the messaging? But when they have it and succeed, no one says anything. Baldur's Gate 3, Spider-Man, Returnal, etc. So what messaging in Baldur's Gate 3? Because you got to remember, Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't have a message. It just has thousands upon thousands of different ways that you can play the game. And they have hundreds of different stories and stuff like that. Life is Strange, The Last of Us, Horizon. I think there's a lot. So there's a difference between having a message in a game that is just something that happens versus throwing something in your face and being like, look at this, listen to this message. There's a difference. Like, you can have games that have this messaging in it. Just don't, like, it can't be obvious. It can't be so in your face that you can't look away. You know? And that's what a lot of them do. Is they, like, throw it in your face and they, like, shove it down your throat. So is the argument primarily just about bad writing then? Not really bad writing. It's the people that push the, like, it's got, like, I don't think it comes from the game industry itself. I don't think any of the issues in the game industry right now come from the games industry itself. I think it comes from outside voices that see their kids playing these games, so they kick up a big stink about it and force the games industry to change, even though those people are never going to be a customer. I think that's the main issue. And unfortunately, as you were saying before, social media has given these smaller groups the megaphone to make themselves seem larger. Yeah. Because I don't think any of the bad writing would exist if we didn't have people from outside the games industry and the movie industry and stuff like that are not customers of those products inserting themselves. It's like that Australian group. I apologize for this Australian group as well. As an Australian, I hate them. Collective Shout. The people that don't play, like, they don't seem like people that play games. They certainly don't seem like people that play the games that they complain about. But I think Collective Shout at one point in time got Grand Theft Auto 5 pulled from shelves in Targets around Australia because they didn't like the game. They thought it was too violent and stuff like that. It's people like that the games industry just needs to be like, you're not our customer. We don't care what you think. Like, fuck off. If we make the changes you want us to make, you're still not going to buy the game. Go away. Yeah, any company that listens to those voices and makes changes because of those voices end up not having a successful product because they've changed it to facilitate people that were never going to be their customers. This is comic 4, isn't it? Yes, comic 4. Yep, that one right there. But yeah. Something that's not gonna change for a while, and we're just gonna have to watch. We're just gonna have to watch these studios implode. Because they don't want to listen. See, comic 4. Right there. Here we can quick load comic 4. Comic 4. 20. I did write 4th for the other one, didn't I? Yeah, I wrote 4th. Cool. That one there. And that one there. Yep. Beautiful. It's a tricky balance, to be honest, because I think personally some of the things that have changed in game stories over the last years have actually been quite positive. For example, I do genuinely think Protag from 2000s being identical was a waste in the action game space. And yeah, like, you can't have every protagonist be the exact same, but that doesn't mean that you should make every protagonist... Like, that doesn't mean that you should make every female protagonist ugly. Like, there's a difference. One is adding diversity. The other is making people feel better about themselves. Like, I'm half Jamaican. I always wanted a character in a game that looked like me, not be a gangster or a piece of shit in general, or a generic villain of some kind. Yeah. And that's fair. But you can have those characters and still have them be... Like, like, the more attractive standard. What up, Brainoid? How are we? Because again, like, people play these games to escape reality and live vicariously through the characters. No one's living vicariously through a character that they themselves do not want to be. Yeah. Clear these out. Save as 5. The comic 5th. I have that set up. I gotta change this. Comic 5th. That needs to be 4, 5, 10. This one's 25 now, isn't it? Pretty sure we're up 25. Right there. 5. There we go. Easy done. That's all the comics added into the game. That'll be purchasable and whatnot. I think the MC of Returnal is particularly attractive. I have to admit, I don't play games exclusively for vicarious escapism, though. I don't envision myself as Celine at all, and very rarely self-insert that way. I usually engage with stories to empathize with an interesting scenario and outcomes. Characters look generally aren't a factor for me, but I think I'm a big minority these days. I mean, if you're looking at characters, if you're playing a game for, dozens of hours on end, or even just 10 hours, and you're constantly looking at these characters and stuff like that, I mean, at some point, you're going to start noticing things and be like, this, I don't want to look at this. If every character was unattractive and overweight, that's going to change your opinion of the game as compared to if the characters were athletic and attractive. Even if it's not something you focus on, it's still going to change the way you engage with the game. Yeah. See Returnal. I have to look up Returnal. Ah, yeah, this one. Is that a... That looks like a female. Or sorry, that looks like a male. It's a guy, isn't it? If you didn't tell me that was a female, I would have just assumed it was a guy in a suit. A guy in a space suit. But it's which... So... the new game Saris is a guy. Returnal's lead is 100% a woman. So... Who is that character modeled after? And do we know who that character is modeled after? Again, we're even talking about Returnal. Returnal and the new God of War. Because yeah, who's this person? Who's this modeled after? Do we know? Face model and physical performance captured for Celine in Returnal is based on the likeness of German actress and model Anne Bayer. Okay, so if we have a look at them, which one? I'm assuming this one. Assuming this one. If we can find one that's... I mean, they look similar. Like, they definitely, in my opinion, they definitely made it look a little worse. A little, like, you're always going to have the 3D model version of the person that you're trying to replicate look worse than the actual person. That's just a trade-off you're going to have. Like, I think, in my opinion. But it's like, what, like, here they have at least tried to make it one for one. Yeah. And that's the same with Alfie too, if you're not screenshotting terrible facial expression frames. Like, if we go God of War, Laufey, and what's the actress what's her name? I know they're from what's it called? Thingamajig. Daredevil. That's it. What's their name? I have no issue with ugly female protagonists, to be honest. Just let the game be good. Like, yeah, like, I think the issue these days, though, Mike and Hill, is they're generally tied together. They're generally tied together. Like that there. That does look similar to this, but I would put this on the level of like an early 2010s replica of this. Yeah, for the studio that's making it. Yeah, for the amount of money and time they're putting into it. That's what I would make a comparative to. It's not a modern day comparison. Like, it's not a what they can do these days kind of comparison. They could have made this look a lot more like this.
Ilsafel is hovercraft mine.
Daredevil was like 15 years old at this point. She doesn't look like that anymore. I know she doesn't. I'm just saying, like, that's... I respectfully disagree, only because it's a mid-motion screenshot. There's better ones. It's just this one, where they're laying completely still. Like... Still, this feels like early 2010s. It still feels like early 2010s. Like... subjective to some degree. True. But I think that's the point. Like, I'm not saying they should change anything. I'm just saying, like, this is the complaint from the people that play this game, like this type of game. And if, like, from a lot of people that play this type of game, obviously not everyone that plays this type of game, but it's like that and the gameplay that they showcased in the like in that state of play thingamajig, those things kind of combine. So, like, the gameplay didn't look as interesting as other God of War gameplays and stuff like that. So, I think between this and Eevee from Stellar Blade, I've been quite shocked by people's reactions to how characters look. I do think that they went way too young with Eevee for the type of game Stellar Blade is. Like, if you're making a character for Stellar Blade they need to look like they're in their mid-20s, not look like they're in their mid-teens. It's not right. I haven't played the last two God of War games, so I'm not going to comment on Luffy. But God of damn, did we have a good lineup of games this year? I saw that person and genuinely thought they looked about 12. Yeah. And people were like, no. No. The people that say that are the people that are self-reporting. Sonny, yeah. But like, yeah, they went way too young for Eevee. Yeah. Way too young. And this is coming from someone that hasn't even played Stellar Blade or Bayonetta. Like, I don't play those games. The same people who made them patch the long underwear to Pragmata. Yeah. Same group of people. That's right, we got bubblegum as well, don't we? Where should I put the bubblegum? I guess that would still be under merch, wouldn't it? I guess I could take... What I could do... I could take these card binders here. And I can put those under here. Level 5. Level 5. So we'll move this one here. Level 8. It's also level 5. This one is level 11. So we'll move this one up into here. So you being level 11 and you being level 20. Oops. Level 13, so you'll go there. And yeah, cool. Comics, mugs. I think the plushies can also stay under here. Yeah, so now we can also put like the bobble gum and stuff like that in the merch list as well. But yeah, I think anyone that looks at the games industry these days and says no, it's the players that are wrong, just reminds me of The Simpsons, when Skinner's like, no, it is the children who are wrong. I think there are a lot of loud, sad people who are very wrong, like with Stellar Blade. There are, but like those people are being loud about something that makes them like look a very bad light, like puts them in a very bad light. There's a difference between people being loud about a character that looks young being attractive, those people are clearly in the wrong. Versus people going, look at the reference material you had for this character, and look what you did with this character. Those are two different types of being loud. Like, I don't think, like, personally, I wouldn't say Laufey, or however you pronounce it, is ugly. I would say that they probably added more wrinkles to the character than they should have. I do think God of War games have really weird mannequin-esque look that Kratos escapes because beard. True. Makes them look like they belong in a Gideon video. Get them a meeting with Chris Hansen. That's what you need to do, Mike and Hill. Get them a meeting with Chris Hansen. What level can the bubblegum be? Expedition 33, one of my favorite games ever, has that same Unreal Mannequin thing going on sometimes. But with a game like Expedition 33, you can forgive it because the team was like 30, 40 people. A game like God of War, you can't really forgive it because it's a much larger team with a much bigger budget. So, like, and that circles back to the entire start of this conversation, which is the current state of AAA studios. They have so many people and so much money and so many resources going into these games, but they look and feel as good or worse than games made in a similar time frame with a fraction of the people and resources. And that leads to these large layoffs in AAA studios and stuff like that. And it makes you wonder, should those jobs have ever existed? Or are people just coming up for reasons for these jobs to be created? Again, you got to lay off the people at fault, not the people trying their best. You can say that, but when you're running the company and you've now lost millions of dollars, you can't just lay off the people at fault. Especially when the people at fault are the ones deciding who gets laid off. There's gonna be collateral damage. There's gonna be people that were doing their best with a shit situation that are gonna get laid off. Because the people that put them in that shit situation are the ones that are doing the firing. So, yeah. There's always collateral. Like, you're gonna get rid of some people that are at fault, other people that aren't at fault, and you're gonna have people stay that are at fault, and people stay that aren't at fault. Because, yeah, that's where networking comes into it. If you're good with management, like if you're friends with management and stuff like that, but you are the problem with the company, chances are management's gonna overlook that because they're friends with you and they don't want their friends to be the person that's blamed. We can say that doesn't happen, but we all know it happens because people suck. Shadow of the Colossus was released over 20 years ago and is still to this day one of the most beautiful games I've ever played. It only has one goal: kill giant beasts and feel bad about it after. Is that what you're trying to say? We evaluated ourselves and found no wrongdoing. You're fired. Yeah. We can see that you cost $200,000 a year to work on these games, but you've worked on games that haven't made that much money. So we're gonna fire you. Like, don't you make $1 million a year and you were in charge of all of these projects? That's irrelevant. Shadow of the Colossus is an empty game world where the boss fights are a complete level. Yeah. Love Codic's $400 million gold parachute just to leave. I'm surprised no one's done it since, to be fair. I think doing something like that needs to be done right. I think if anyone tried to replicate Shadow of the Colossus, I don't think it would come off as good as Shadow of the Colossus. Which AI did you use to make this? None whatsoever. Absolutely zero. I think we'll have the bubblegum come in at like level 11. You're the bubblegum. Yeah, cool. I'd play a level that's a giant robot transforming from a tank to a robot. So you would play Transformers. Yeah. That just sounds like Transformers. I should ban you for even asking that. Wait. Yeah, exactly, Mike and Hill. Yeah. You can't. What up, gamer? How you doing? SOTC style game. Shadow of the Colossus, right? Have the deadly sins of games for corpos. It's hard to make well, has no mass appeal or easy pitch, and no market to compare against. Yeah. Yeah. It's not... It's a lot of risk with not much reward. Most corporate money men don't actually have an internal dialogue of what is good or anything like that. Everything is evaluated purely by market reaction. And if there isn't a wealth of competition who have tried and failed or tried and succeeded, then they literally have no idea what to do with your game. Yeah. So if a small indie team did it, it could be pulled off. There's too much BS corpos would intentionally ruin. Yeah. So I think if a team like Sandfall Interactive tried to make a Shadow of the Colossus style game, I think they could pull it off. I think they could pull off that type of game. But that's because I'm not saying Sandfall Interactive should do it. I'm saying that a company like that, it's small, but it has the resources to do that kind of game well, they could do it. But it has to be that small team that has the interest in that type of game. They have to want to actually make that type of game. Also has the worst curse that no matter what, you're going to be compared to Shadow of the Colossus, arguably a top 10 ever game. So that's a really hard market too. Yeah. Yeah. And that's also why they haven't released a sequel, I guess. Like, why they haven't released a Shadow of the Colossus sequel. Just because, yeah, people will compare it to the original and immediately be like, oh, it's not as good as the first one. So, and they see that. They know that will happen. So they're just like, we're not even going to try. Because no matter what, people aren't going to like it. People are going to say that it's not as good as the original. So, why bother? Let's just move on to our next thing. Let's see. Yeah, I do think everything that happens inside, whether it's inside the games industry or whether it's inside political environments or social politics, stuff like that, it all happens on a pendulum. And I find from everything I've ever seen, no one's ever happy with just stopping the pendulum. They always have to make it swing in their favor. So, like, people are always making it swing towards their favor. I'm very much of the opinion that everyone should be treated equally. Everyone should, like, just pay people what they deserve to be paid. Ignore whatever race, gender, religion, all that kind of shit. It's like, it doesn't fucking matter. Who cares? But whenever I explain this to people, I remember there was one conversation I was having with someone about this, and I told them this, and their only response to me was, first of all, I think you should check your privilege. And I was like, fucking what? Shouldn't I want everyone to have the same privilege I do? Are you an idiot? You just want the pendulum to go the other way so that you're the one that's getting all the benefits. I upset a friend who's very politically extreme because I said I would like us to just generally work together to make things better for most people. Yeah. He's like, no, but I want the people I don't like to be hurt too. Yeah. Yeah. People are fucking... And this is why we're never going to have a utopia. This is why we'll never have a utopia. Because everyone always there's always greed to some level. Oh, that's right, I've got to go. I think it was Agria Bubblegum that I had it named in here. Agria Bubblegum Mint and Agria Blueberry. This is why we'll get another Concord before another Shadow of the Colossus. Yes. Yes. Exactly. We could have Utopia if I had Homeland powers. First thing I'd do is get rid of the First Amendment. I would... See, that's the thing, like... People are often so confused about the First Amendment. I'm not even American, and I feel like I understand the First Amendment more than like most Americans. Description: bubblegum mint. It's intentional. Seems really obvious, doesn't it? It's not every idiot should have a weapon. It's isn't the First Amendment... I think you're talking about the Second Amendment there, Sonny. The... See? This is what I mean. Sonny must be British. I am. How the fuck did you guess that? Very funny. Very, very funny. Set that as 12, actually. So if we have a box of bubble gum that is... Because they're small. It's freedom of speech. Yeah. Yeah. Like, people don't realize that freedom of speech doesn't mean that you can go into a private business and say whatever you want. No. Freedom of speech only stops your government from enacting laws and preventing you from voicing your opinion. It doesn't stop a private business from saying, hey, we don't like you. Get the fuck out. I've never had freedom of speech in the UK. I don't know why people here think we have that one. So I think UK, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, we don't have anything that explicitly states free speech. We have the implied right to free speech. That's, yeah. And that's the difference. America has like a specific amendment that says, yes, everyone has this. Whereas our side of things, it's implied, but yeah. We have explicitly banned forms of speech and have for a long time. America has the same thing. So America's freedom of speech doesn't mean that you can threaten or incite violence against other people or groups. that's still against the law. Like, that's still against the law in America. So, what are your thoughts on the software job market? Should we still try to be developers? Yeah. Like, there's no problem with the software market. Like, there's no problem with the programming market in general at the moment. Like, you can see it all over the place. Companies like IBM and stuff like that are hiring back large numbers of people. Yeah. Front end specifically is suffering a little. Yes. Front end is suffering the most because people don't understand internet and website security. So they just go for all of this extra crap that... Like, they put all of this extra crap in that is not good for those things. Speaking of free speech and censorship, I just got banned from a programmer's channel on here because I said Claude writes its own code. I don't know anything about Claude, so Claude doesn't really write its own code, in my opinion. It's probably the people that make Claude use Claude to do stuff. Like, how many are we going to have in this box? I think we can put 64 into here. We do 64 by 350. We get that, and we multiply that by 0.7. Actually, no, we'll leave it as that. We'll leave it as that. We'll have the unlock cost be 100, actually. That'll work. The only thing that you have to know for front end is http.cat. I don't like that it turned that into a link either. No one click that. LLMs are word guessing machines that are fundamentally incapable of original creation. That's not what they do. They guess at the likely correct regurgitation of input. Correct. They do. It's statistical modeling based on the next most likely word combined with temperature. And the temperature is designed to make the responses feel more natural. Yeah. I use Claude a lot at work, and I can tell you for sure it is copying from input. Yeah. It definitely is. I will say I did see VibeOS. I did see that, and I thought that was very interesting. Because the first thing I thought of, I didn't think, oh, that's a terrible operating system. It is a bad operating system. Like, it's probably got security holes like nobody's fucking business. But the fact that the entire interface is created on the fly, like there's no applications that are coded or anything like that in VibeOS. It's you ask for a calculator app, and it will create the UI for a calculator app that you then do the input for, and it does the calculation and gives you the answer back. Yeah. To me, the reason why that's a very interesting step is because that's probably the only way that we will ever get a virtual reality environment similar to the virtual reality environment from Ready Player One and stuff like that. So I think that operating system is a very interesting experiment, and test of what can be done. I actually made a website that couldn't exist without AI or a huge team that catalogs obscure sci-fi. Had some agents looking specifically for hidden gems for a few weeks on a cron job, and it was a fascinating task. I'm really proud of the result, actually. Let's go. We've got mint 32. Looks like quad slop, no lie. But I only really like using AI for things that I need it. Funny because it's not Claude. Let's see, let's save this out. So 64, 128. $250. Stereotypical grid background. The best way, by stereotypical, do you mean the best way to display information? Yeah, I think everything uses a grid or a table because, like, yeah, as I say, it's just the best way to display information. It's not Bubblegum 32, it's Bubblegum 64. Where are we? There we go. There we go. Like that stuff. I thought that was a cool idea. Where did you see it before? I haven't even looked at the site yet. The thing that has me confident in the job market is that using AI takes so long and it's so expensive, while there appears to be no relief on the expense in sight. It's great for boilerplate code and prototyping. Yeah, so especially with everything that they're doing with pricing, like Copilot and stuff like that, like people realizing, oh shit, this now that they're charging for this, it's going to start costing us a ton of money. However, in saying that, the same thing happens when the same thing happened when people migrate to Amazon Web Services and stuff like that. What happens is companies would sign up to Amazon Web Services, stuff like that. And Amazon would be like, yeah, no, we'll give you like 12 months free so that you can get everything up and running and working and stuff like that. And then after the company gets all of that stuff up and running and working and whatnot, they then start to get bills. And then they're like, oh shit, this is costing us a lot. But all of your infrastructure is built on it. All of your processes are built on that now. So it's not like you can just go, actually, no, we're not going to do this anymore. So the companies have to double down and they have to find a way to make it work. So, to be honest, the site is a slop site, but it was a fun experiment to very specifically use agents to filter through difficult to find or pass information and make a recommend archive. Yeah. So much money has been put in it now that some places literally can't talk about if it's working or not. They can only really highlight the pros of it and all the cool things they're doing. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. If you look over all of Microsoft's talks about how good their AI and stuff is, the one thing you will not hear them say is Windows is a great example. It is so stable and so bug free. This is how good AI is. You have never heard anyone that works at Microsoft say that, because Windows is not stable and the AI has made it worse. So, I had the agents text me every 15 minutes or so telling me that it's found, and there's loads of 1920s to 1980s communist communist sci-fi that would never have found. Windows is a terrible OS? Correct. Correct. Windows is the GOAT. It's bad until you use something else. Not at all. I mean, I'm using Linux right now. I've been using Linux for the last 5 years. Like, Windows is bad. Windows is bad. And you only think Windows is good if you use something else, because you don't take the time to actually understand or learn the new thing. And I know people are going to be like, oh, well, like, if I don't need to learn Windows. It's like, yes, you did. You didn't start using Windows and know how to use it straight off the bat. You had to learn how to use Windows. And you've got to do the same thing now. You've got to learn how to use a better operating system. That's that simple. Okay, I'm now going to go here. Move you out. Definitely going to lose this. I probably should have moved you there. And then I move you. I need to get you off the back. So I'm gonna move you there, because if I can take that, like, I've still lost, but or should move. Then you'll probably move that forward. I don't know. Oh, I can't take because of you. Annoying. Let's see. Let's see. Yes! Yes! Stalemated! Oh, I love it. I love it. Love it. Popular thing is good because it's ubiquitous, so it's good. Yeah. Let technical debt add up enough, and it'll eventually spill over into safety and profits. Cannot be hidden forever. True. Can't people on that site just use a bot or AI to make their moves? They can. However, it's easy to detect that. People that use a bot or an AI to make their moves, it's very easy to see that that's what they're doing. Because it's how quickly do they react to a situation? How often are they doing the best move for their rank? Like if you're rank 800 and you're doing 40 best moves every single game you play, you're clearly not someone that's ranked 800. So those accounts very quickly get taken out. And if you play an account that is caught cheating, chess.com reverses the changes to those points. And people like to think that AI is good at cheating, but it's really not. It's still just a computer system that acts like a computer system. Hey, that's... I think my throat's going. So if I make chessbot, make it gradually get better over time, got it. They're still going to detect it. Because it's still going to be behaving like a bot. It's not going to be behaving like a person. Like there's more than just the types of moves that they're making. There's interaction with the website and the UI. There's how long you think about each move. There's all this type of stuff. There's your mouse movement on the site. There's all this type of heuristics go into determining if you're a bot or an AI or a person. My bot ain't no clanker. I mean, a clanker would be better at hiding. So. Still not successfully. Just better. Yeah. It depends on what your goal is with cheating too. You just want to be like middle of the pack elo? Or do you want to look like you're good at the game? If you just want to look middle, why not learn chess? Yeah. Chess, not chest. Learning chess is very different to learning chess. Okay? Very, very different. Bubblegum blueberry. I guess I can leave that as level 12 as well. this one, throw it there. Do you mean woodwork or something else? Sure. I mean, technically it's a type of woodwork. That worked too well, gamer. That worked too well. So the plushie's already in there. These black-white posters. Delay Rand 1000 to 5000, make move. So that's very easy to detect. Nobody is making a move between 1 and 5 seconds consistently. People make moves faster than 1 second. People take 20 seconds to think about their moves. Like, I think there was a Pokebot competition where someone made a super successful bot whose strategy was, if my turn, go all in. They're already laying off hundreds of devs and artists, and it's not even because of AI. Wait, what's this? Yeah, we should make a bot that sucks enough to not be caught. What's the point? That's a good point. Yep. And made every other got immediately fold. What should the pricing be for this? So this one here, yours was 26. I think it was the hero. I think it was this one. It was, oh no, you're 29. Black and white hero villain. You're 50. You're 43. You're 37. You're 30. Yeah, cool. So those are already set up to have their different pricings. What's next? Let's do the... Where is it? Do this. Duplicate you. Go. Bobble stand. Thousands, and it is partially because of AI, but it's mostly because of extremely poor decision making. Gambles on chasing 10-year-old trends no one cares about anymore. Yeah. Gaming industry has always been very layoff heavy. It's just more so recently because a lot of the issues with modern game dev studios is they hired a lot during the pandemics and pumped out a lot during the pandemic. And then after that, there's now less that needs to be pumped out and less purchasing of it. Like less consumption of the content. So they have to now correct and fire a bunch of people. And on top of that, they are also laying off people because of AI. And on top of that, they're also laying off people because of the failures that they put out. So, like, all accumulates to an excessive number of people being laid off. More so than previous. I got some crazy looking UI stuff. What UI screen stuff going on today? I'm just setting up game data. All the game data that will be used in the game. And then we can play test all the different game data. Get it all tweaked and bug fixed. And positioned correctly and stuff like that. So, I hope everyone at Call of Duty get laid off. Trash game. I don't think there's anyone at Call of Duty. I'm pretty sure that's like... I'm pretty sure it's called like Treyarch or... Is it EA that does Call of Duty? Or Activision? Something like that. I don't see any evidence the developers have been laid off due to AI. Current layoffs can usually be traced back to overhiring COVID or H-1B visa hiring, i.e. recent Oracle layoffs. I remember when I was working on Merge Dragons during COVID. Trauma of seeing numbers people predicting that COVID numbers line, which was an explained spike, would continue on its trajectory. And that was the plan. I was like, oh, we're going to get fired in a few years. Yep. My last company did lay off specifically because of AI. Like, not every company is laying off people because of AI, but people are losing their jobs because of AI. Incorrectly, like, companies are now starting to hire people back because they've realized they probably shouldn't have fired people. Good portion of jobs being posted require the dev to use AI tools now. I find it interesting. Yeah. Honestly, I'm trying to think, like, if in a few years' time I need to go back into the workforce, I'm trying to think if I would even bother going into IT. I basically said we think we can replace X amount of artists and devs if we force people to use AI to accelerate them. Yeah. Those convenient excuse corporates are using to avoid shareholder backlash. They would likely have done layoffs regardless. Anything else, I think there is a place for them, and it's really a weak spot if a dev refuses to use them. I think there's a difference between... It's like the main problem with companies that say that you need to use, like, you'll be using AI tools as a part of your job as a programmer, is a lot of companies are now only requiring code that has been generated by AI. So the developer will use AI to generate the code instead of the programmer actually coding, you know, and using AI to assist them with certain tasks and stuff like that. I think that's the problem. That's the big problem. What was I doing now? So we've got those done. We need to set up... That's right. The Bobble stand. Where is it? This thing. Stacked columns and rows, I think, can be 3 and 2. Um, be 4 and 8. I'm actually gonna leave this as it is for now. I'm gonna leave those for now, and we'll figure those out. Figure those out later. No, not that. We need, like, where's the bobble? The bobble case? Must be bobble case. Unless that's the special display. No, that's the special bobble display. Okay, it must be bobble case. Which, that's one thing. That's for the other. Okay, I'm gonna need to add. There we go. What up, Ripley Capra? Let's see. Let me catch up on things here. Using AI to research, help design, or come up with logic or pseudocode. That's fine. Go ahead. But damn everyone having even a single copy-pasted line of AI-generated code in their project, in my opinion. I don't think a single line. I think if you're generating entire logic and trying to use it, that's going to be bad. But like, if it's just one line that's like simplifying an if statement or something like that, it's like, who cares? Our personal user works, I mentioned, is certainly sometimes in very specific cases a massive accelerant. And I would certainly be a bit suspicious of anyone who isn't still amazed that we have a natural language processing machine like it all. Copy pasting is like 2 years ago now. All these tools directly write out entire systems these days, and they are okay at it. The problem is that any system, like any of these systems that's generating code, is also generating security issues and performance issues. Like it's able to generate stuff, but it's going to be unoptimized stuff. And I think that's something that the games industry has also been losing over the last 10 years, is games, like large developers, haven't really been focused on optimizing games. And AI is just another way to not worry about optimizing your game. Games specifically, they do really struggle, in my opinion. Games is one of the hardest types of works for LLMs specifically. Yeah. Having a hacking agent on your device is even worse. was talking about this with another dev not long ago, but most likely people won't hire for programmers directly, but those that can get AI to pump out the most efficient code. Nah, I don't think it's the most efficient code. It's the fastest code that can be generated that works. I'm also curious about how long AI will stay cheaper than a good old dev. Latest developments aren't looking good. Yeah, it's not gonna stay cheaper. They're doing the tried and true method of give it to people for free, let them use it for free for ages, get them to set up processes around using this technology, and then once they're hooked and once it's throughout all of their processes, start charging them because they can't just decouple. They have to keep using the service at that point. It's just a sales trap. And it seems like every company in the world is falling for it. Definitely cheaper, and AI can make an entire OS in 20 minutes. Yeah, sure. They need to keep their throughput, so they couldn't lay off. They couldn't lay off people with their explicit plan to make it work was to empower people with AI. They were losing money. Shareholders were not happy, so they leaned out the company in the easiest place possible and did so in a way that didn't piss off shareholders nearly as much. Fair. That's what we can anyway. I would call working OS. Let's see. About optimizing game, I watched a video explaining of old GTA has to load worlds around the cam so assets can fit in PlayStation memory. Correct. Doing things in the 90s for games and the 80s for games was much different than now because you had very limited memory to work with. Whereas these days, they just basically treat it as unlimited memory. You have unlimited memory, so just fucking everyone. Everyone, doesn't matter. Just buy more RAM and you'll be fine. It's just using the classic playbook, same as Uber and everyone else. Yeah, same as Uber, same as Azure and AWS, same as everyone. Most personal reason for finding people was to rely on AI instead. Google just did a tech demo with their AI, where their AI made an OS installed and played a video game on it. Yeah, sure. It was. See, that's the thing, Charles. Like, anytime a tech company comes out and does a demonstration like that, what they demonstrate is the only thing it can do. So that AI can only generate that specific type of system, and it can only play that specific game. It's all an illusion. I trust absolutely nothing Google shows on stage. Yeah. AI company says AI is really good. I believe this unquestioningly. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, what would Google have to gain from everyone using Google's AI? Nothing at all. It doesn't sound like a marketing gimmick. With RAM prices nowadays, I'm wondering if RAM price is still cheaper than dev time. Can you expand on that, Wusa? What do you mean? What do you mean? Alright. By the way, I'm just going to type, but that's fine. Linus Torvalds uses AI to write code for Linux, so can't really say it's just big tech lying. So Linus Torvalds has stated that he only uses AI for things he doesn't care about. For things that are not important, he uses AI. So he wrote code for an entire like audio thing for Linux, and then he was like, I need a visualizer. But I don't want to learn how to write code for an audio visualizer just for this one thing that I'm never going to use again. And it's not important, it's just to test stuff, so I'm just going to have the AI generate it. So you're intentionally misrepresenting that, Charles. So I strongly believe that Google, Meta, and Microsoft would go broke within a month if they were a new tech company and weren't already too big to fail. True, they would. How we doing, Tommy? Do you want to know who I believe the most replaceable people are by AI? I hate to say it, but I think we're going to start seeing more DeviantArt furry artists being replaced. They already have been. Like, you go anywhere online and it's going to be fucking AI art, basically. Description bubble stand. Alright, then I also need to add this to a line item list. Reload. Intentionally misrepresenting something on the internet. Well, I've never seen that. It's either intentionally misrepresenting it or not understanding your own talking point. Both are bad. Both are bad. Honestly, I should be in bed, but I'm just here for whatever Charles is cooking up. Probably work for a bit, because discussions about AI, especially for art and code, just make my blood boil. Got so many nice use cases, like research and medical, and the whole world is focusing on swap generators. So here's the problem, Replicapra. They have to either make money or get funding. You're not going to have funding to use AI in medical scenarios because that's literally life and death scenarios. Like you can't put an AI in charge of anything medical related because it could take something that's routine and not dangerous at all and accidentally kill someone. So no one's going to be investing in that at all. The only way that would get funding at this point in time is if another world war broke out and governments around the world funneled trillions of dollars into medical AI. Because the biggest, like some of the biggest tech advancements come from military spending. And if there's no war going on, then there's no push to spend a shit ton on military spending and medical achievements in order to keep your military personnel alive. So they have to go with what they can get, and what they can get is art generation and video generation. And that's how they get money at the moment to improve things. So the last I heard about AI screening for cancers was that it was very hit and miss, and it was like a broken clock is right twice a day scenario. That's the last thing I heard about AI screening for cancers. I'm pretty sure a lot of commercial airliners already fly themselves with pilot oversight. Yes, they do already have that, but that's not really an AI. That's just a pre-programmed path with altitudes and flight variables and stuff like that programmed in. And they've been doing that for like 40 years, 50 years, if not longer. Pretty sure a lot of commercial... already read that. Absolutely not. With the type of tech inside an LLM, though. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Surely a topic I need more research in before being able to discuss it properly, but I'm with you on never letting AI make a medical decision. Yeah. Yeah. Like, there's probably been advancements in the screening for cancers and stuff like that, but it's probably... Like, my issue, if my doctor used AI to screen me for cancers, I would say no. I would refuse it, and I'd be like, I want you to do the screening. Because if you use AI to do the screening and it says I have cancer, and I go through this whole thing of like planning out, like, you know, my next 6 months to make sure all of my affairs are in order, and in 3 months' time you go, oh, turns out the AI made a mistake. I can't hold anyone accountable for that. Whereas if the doctor incorrectly tells me that I have cancer, and in 3 months' time they go, well, actually, you don't have this. It was a mistake. I can then hold them responsible, and I can get compensation for everything that I've gone through. Yeah. And it's the same thing with like age verification stuff at the moment. Companies are using third parties to store this data and whatnot. If those third parties leak your personal information, you can't, like, who are you suing? Who are you getting compensation for your data being leaked? Who's being held responsible here? There has to be accountability. If you get rid of accountability, everything falls apart. They ain't scanning with ChatGPT. They're using segmentation models and CAT scans. This is true, but they still make mistakes. Like, they're still incorrect. There's still a margin of error. And you still need someone to be responsible. Last I've read about AI was used in skin cancer screening to recommend the actual person where to look, because it's easier to go for an algo to check 1,000 spots than for a human, but the human is always a safety check. So the issue with that is, if it tells you to look in certain spots and ignore other spots, and the doctor just checks the spots that it recommends to check and ignores the spots that it says are okay, but it turns out that the AI was wrong about the spots that were okay, and it gets missed by the human doctor, that's a bad situation. But if the doctor is checking everything anyway, regardless of what the AI says, what's the point of having the AI do anything? You see what I mean? Like, I just read a few things about it, and it looks like the absolute best results was a 10% increase of detection in one study, but only as a first pass with human verification specifically for breast cancer. Yeah. Yeah. Like, and that's the thing, like, when you sue a doctor for negligence or malpractice or anything like that, you're not really suing the doctor. You're suing their insurance. You're suing their insurance. And that's the same thing with this scenario here. If the doctor misdiagnoses you, you're not suing the doctor. You're suing their insurance. Like, because if you spend 6 months getting all your affairs in order, thinking that you're going to die in 6 months, and then they go, oh, actually, it turns out that you're completely clear. You're not actually going to die in 6 months. That's life-changing. Like, you've given away all your assets. You've gotten everything ready. You're ready to go. And now it's like, oh, actually, no. That's not happening. So now you've got to undo all of that. You've got to get your mind back into, I'm going to be alive. That's the worst mental torture you can do to someone, basically. Right. Here's the 50k hot sauce. I have not seen the mouthwashing dev's new game. Link it. Ooh, that's hot. Ooh. By the way, I tried to answer above. Oh. I'm talking about softwares that in the last decade got bigger and bigger. I often hear that it would be more expensive than to have devs working on optimizations, to need less RAM, less disk, use less CPU. And as hardware is more affordable for customers, the extra price for the company would not be worth it. I admit comparing dev price with RAM price might be uncomparable. So basically, you're talking about bad business practices. You're talking about saying we're not going to optimize our game. We're going to make our game unoptimized, charge more for it, because games are increasing in price currently, and also require the consumer to spend more on hardware so they can play our game. That's just bad business practice. I'd rather have a proper model look at my CT, look at my CAT scan than some tired doctor that's boozing whiskey in his office. Charles, I feel like you're... I don't know if you're just intentionally making stupid arguments or if you actually believe the things that you're saying. That's the thing. I don't need to pull them up Mike and Hill because my chat's not moving at the rate of Asmongold's. So everyone can just see what Charles is saying. Mouthwashing devs announce a new game. A visceral three-person co-op tank horror game. 3 distinct crew roles, commander, gunner, driver. Learn to communicate under intense pressure. Tense, weighty combat. Okay. Where's the horror come into it? carcass clad. So is the horror the fact that you have, like, bodies on the outside of your tank? I have no idea, but I'm definitely interested. Certainly looks interesting. Yeah. I just think Charles might be an AI. Which means it would be the first thing that I said. They actually believe the things that they're saying. I knew a surgeon that fixed my left collarbone without anesthesia, and he was drunk when fixing it. The bones were not really straight. I had pains sometime for 4 years. So, here's the problem with stuff like that, Woosa. You're taking the vast minority. You're taking the outlying data. You can't apply that to every doctor. Because, yeah, if you had evidence of that Wusa, you should have sued them because you would have gotten a huge payout. Like, that's some malpractice shit right there. So, Charles, again, you're taking a minority and, like, the outlying data and applying it to every scenario. I've never met a doctor that is an alcoholic. Never. I don't know anyone. I don't know anyone in my life that has had a doctor that is an alcoholic. Those numbers vastly outweigh the 2 anecdotal stories that have been said in chat. So, it's like when you hear a story on the news. The story on the news is the exception. It's an exceptional story, which is why it's making the news. That doesn't mean that that's happening every day, 50 times all around the world. If you take that and you apply it as the standard to everything, you end up becoming the problem. One time I was in surgery and I woke up early because the anesthesiologist was drunk and falling asleep. Now I have a feeling Mike and Hill is just taking the piss now. 26 viewers and 1 had a botched surgery from alcoholic doctor. That's pretty good odds, I reckon. Not really. 26 is not a good sample size. I think 26 is around about the number of people you need in a room to have 2 people with the same birthday. 26 people isn't even a representative sample size of my street. Yeah. Like, again, like, you're doing statistics wrong, Charles. Minority is not the globality, but the context was special. I was on an island where there was only 1 hospital, 1 surgeon. When I say bones were not straight, there was a little bump on the junction. Also, the pain was most of the time when I used my shoulders arms after a lot of activity. Again, the context was special. Yeah, it's an exceptional circumstance. Like, it's not something that gets applied to everyday life. Yeah, one surgeon is the only scenario where I can imagine this being likely. Yeah, because that one surgeon is doing everything. But again, how many places around the world only have one surgeon? Like, it's an exception. It's an outlier. I find the story funny, though. It's a funny story, but yeah. Ooh, actually, that's what I need to do. That one. Bobble case. There it is. There it is. Studies report that at least 10 to 12% of healthcare professionals will develop a substance use disorder during their careers, including at least 1 in 10 physicians and 1 in 5 nurses. These numbers are higher in the general population. So you're again, they develop it, but just because they've developed it doesn't mean they are still working. Like, these people are very quickly removed from the profession. Like, it's like saying, oh, this person, like, these taxi drivers are more likely to be in accidents than other people. It's like, yeah, but the ones that are doing it because they're drink driving are very quickly removed from that profession. Yeah, studies report that 90% of doctors do not develop a substance problem. Went for a liver transplant roughly 3 years ago. And woke up inside the body of a 68-year-old man. The surgeon was methed out of his mind and accidentally performed a perfect transplant of my brain. My God, was I pissed. Accidental brain transplant due to substance abuse is more common than you think. We don't have code to focus on, Woosa. We're just working through setting up data today. Like, these ones can go under here, probably. This will be all stand. High prevalence estimates observed during the COVID-19 pandemic. Maybe healthcare professionals use alcohol to cope with additional trauma and stresses. Do you want to provide a link to any of these studies? Or are you just getting this? I swear to God, if you post a link to some AI chat, I'm gonna... Started building a bootable Linux USB to rebuild a notebook. And the old stick I found already had one in it. I have drunk to hazardous levels in my life. Yeah. I've drunk to hazardous levels in my life. The difference is, so here's the thing, Charles. Healthcare professionals drinking to hazardous levels. I'm noticing you haven't said that they did this while working, which is very, very different. Healthcare professionals is also not doctors or surgeons. Correct. Healthcare professionals could be, they could be, like psychiatrists. They could be aged care workers. They could be disability carers. All this type of stuff. Like, what up, Virus? What up, Mr. Geek Knight? Mr. G Knight, sorry. Exasperated. Let's see. Only one study has comprehensively reviewed the level of hazardous, harmful, and dependent alcohol use characterized by tolerance of uncontrollable drinking and physiological dependence, blah, 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 or binge drinking across trauma occupations. This included healthcare professionals, but did not consider the impact of COVID-19, the association between those, blah, blah, blah. Oh, we got ads coming in. Binge drinking heavily over a short period of time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. After screening 9,108 records, 64 studies were identified as eligible. Sample size study, 64. People to represent an entire American healthcare system. Context. Geographical location data was used to determine differences in alcohol consumption across location. As an additional aim, we sought to examine we sought to examine whether prevalence estimates of hazardous, harmful, dependent, or binge drinking were different during COVID-19 compared to the pandemic. Prior to the pandemic, exclude studies which measured alcohol use after a major sensitive event, such as a hurricane. Search strategy, data collection, selection process. Let's see. Data extraction. Studies scored between 0 and 59% were considered high risk, 60 to 79% medium risk, 80 to 100% of low risk of bias. There is so much information in here, and you, Charles, have picked out like 2 sentences that specifically back up your claims. 2,195 records were duplicates. 64 papers were identified as relevant for inclusion, 3 of which were cohort studies. Data were extracted from the most recent wave. The remainder were cross-section studies. Study characteristics are presented in Supplementary Table 1. Some studies included estimates for multiple outcomes, meaning they were included in the respective meta-analysis. In total, 14 studies were identified that reported prevalence estimates during the COVID-19 pandemic, and 50 studies reported prevalence estimates prior to COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, 19 studies reported the prevalence of depression, 12 reported the prevalence of anxiety, 6 reported the prevalence of PTSD, and 6 reported the prevalence of burnout. 52 prevalence records of hazardous alcohol use across the identified articles. Let's see. And then there's an entire graph here. Forest plot shows prevalence of hazardous drinking. That's very low. That's very low. Like, everything is down. Okay. Comparison of prevalence estimates across studies of doctors, nurses, and hospital staff demonstrate a significant subgroup effect. Studies of doctors, the prevalence estimate was around the 16%. Studies of nurses, prevalence was 27%. In studies whose samples included hospital staff, prevalence was 32%. Comparison of prevalence estimates from studies conducted during the COVID-19 pandemic. Well, where's the breakdown of the different types of use? Alcohol was determined. There was no significant difference in prevalence estimates when hazardous alcohol was used. Pooled prevalence of hazardous alcohol uses measured in the audit. Sensitivity analysis. Study quality. There was no significant association between study quality and prevalence. There was no significant association between response rates and prevalence of hazardous drinking. There was no significant association between the mean age of the sample or the proportion of males in the sample to the prevalence of hazardous drinking. No significant association between the prevalence of anxiety and the prevalence of hazardous drinking. No association between the prevalence of depression and hazardous drinking. There were insufficient data to explore the association between the prevalence of PTSD or burnout and hazardous drinking. 8 prevalence estimates across the identified articles. Pooled prevalence of harmful alcohol use was 3%. We obtained 8 prevalence estimates across the identified articles. The pooled prevalence of harmful alcohol use was 3.17%. Dependent drinking contains several prevalence estimates across the identified articles. Pooled prevalence across dependent alcohol use was 14.59%. Removal of one study with high influence scores slightly increased the pooled prevalence estimate. We are not confident that this statement or this estimate is an accurate indicator of the prevalence of dependent drinking. As 5 out of the 7 studies used the cage to measure dependent drinking. Guidance suggests that cage is not suitable for use in non-clinical samples. Binge drinking, we obtained 11 prevalence estimates across the identified articles. The pooled prevalence across binge drinking. So it's mostly binge drinking. Binge drinking is 17.71%, which that's when you go out drinking with friends at a bar or a club or a party. Like most of this is binge drinking related. Pooled prevalence of hazardous alcohol use, pooled estimates of harmful use, dependent use, frequent binge drinking. So it was higher during COVID than it was pre-COVID, which makes sense. See. One thing I'm noticing they're not they're not saying here. They don't say if any of this was for like if any of the consumption of this stuff was during work hours or not. Like, there's nothing in here that's saying, yes, these healthcare professionals are, like, 20% of healthcare professionals are drunk at work. No, it just says that, around 15% of healthcare professionals drink a lot. It's like nothing in here is like, yeah, they were drinking while working. How much of this proves that they're actually drinking on job? Yeah, exactly. Like, who cares if they're drinking outside of their job? Like, the discussion we're having is doctors that are drinking while on the job. Like, this review therefore aimed to gather evidence of the prevalence and associated factors for alcohol use among healthcare professionals. Findings revealed high prevalence of alcohol use disorders among healthcare professionals. So you're taking they drink outside of work. So that is corresponding to your story about your doctor being drunk on the job. This whole thing started, Charles, because we were talking about 2 stories that were shared of doctors being drunk on the job. And now you're pivoting to doctors outside of work drinking a lot. Associated with decreased productivity and performance. Yeah. Age does the same thing. Age decreases productivity and performance. So, this study is global. The first was the US only. Fun fact, productivity and work performance are not measurable. That's true. That's true. One person working really fast naturally and one person working like slow naturally, like their performance is going to be different no matter what. So if they're drinking out of work and get called in for surgery, well, they're not going to, like, do you think, Charles, that a doctor that's been out drinking that gets a call saying, hey, we need you to come in to perform this surgery, do you think that doctor's going to go, yeah, sure, no worries, I'm just 4 pints in, I'll come in and do that? Do you think that doctors are out there doing that? Or do you think those doctors are going to go, well, actually, no, I've been drinking. You need to call, like, you're going to have to call someone else. Yes, 100% they will. They aren't passing up 10 grand because they had a couple of whiskeys. Yes, they are. Because they lose their job if they take that. God. Big money for a surgeon, can't pass that, yeah. Yeah, forget the fact that they're making, like, almost, like, 7 figures a year. Hey, jeez. A new one here. Say Bobble Stand. I did say this was Bobble Stand, didn't I? Yes, I did. Grab this. You know, doctors can get fined, fired, and imprisoned for even showing up drunk. Yeah. If they lose their job this way, they lose their license and can't get that license back. Yeah. License aside, I think most doctors wouldn't want to kill someone. Yeah, exactly. Like... Ooh, 17 physicians. Here we go, going with those large numbers again. 17 physicians over 6 years. For some reason, I think there's more than 30 physicians across America. You said they won't no matter what. I said that they're outliers in data, Charles. My entire point is that they're outliers, and you have come back with 17 physicians over 6 years, which makes them outliers. So... your ability to comprehend statistics and continue to argue like an AI, Charles, is going to make me disengage with this entire conversation completely. Because you're clearly not able to be... there's clearly no way to have a discussion with you. You're set on your ways, and there's nothing that's going to change that. So we shall move on. This has gone on for long enough anyway. Oh yeah, they're definitely young. They're definitely like 18-ish. So required level for this. Let's open this up at 7. Just because. How much do I want to sell this for as well? 20 bucks? Sell it for 15 bucks. Actually, no, we'll sell them for 10. 8. We'll sell them for $8. $8 a piece. How many in the box? I reckon we might be able to fit 8 in the box. We'll have to see. So back to my earlier point, I'd like to take away the First Amendment from people. People get comfortable just speaking things that make no sense and not getting imprisoned for it. Is this an actual thing, or is it just a... All Points North. Who the hell is All Points North? So this is a survey. So how many people did they, like... I gotta download the report. Because see, this is a survey. This isn't a study. This is a survey where they send out for people to respond, and then people like, if you don't want to respond, then you just don't respond. They are trying to Google things that agree with them. Like, they're not searching if it's a problem or what the actual results are and stuff like that. They're searching like large number of doctors that drink while on the job. Hydrate. Yellow? Not yellow. I need to see how many of these I can fit in the box, actually. 3 and 2. Yes, that's stocked. 3 and 6, that's fine. We'll go 4 and 8 for now. I gotta set up the mesh for it still as well. What can the unlock cost for this be? So if we get 8 in a box at $8 a piece, we're looking at $64. So the unlock cost we can probably just set as 50. Oh, actually, that should be 4 because this is a small box. We need to go into the deliveries. Here we are. So, bobble stand 4. Another one. Drop you down there. That is so bright. Ah, it's true. We can all argue without a problematic, all agree without a problem that medical workers are subject to a way above average chance of trauma, burnout, or similar. Correct. I can absolutely see that leading to more substance consumption and abuse, but still pretending that a significant amount of them are under effect during work hours seems unsubstantiated. Yes, exactly. Like, I agree. Outside of work, they probably drink more than the average person. You know? Outside of work, 100% agree. While they're working, though, no. Not at all. Here's my rant of the day. A single horse generates a lot of force. Yes. One horse generates around about I think it was 14 horsepower. How much horsepower does a horse generate? So a horse can sustain 0.7 to 0.8 horsepower over extended periods, but can reach 12 to 15 horsepower in short bursts. Yeah. Yep. Bobble stand 8. There we go. .7 to 0.8? That's the same amount of healthcare workers that are alcoholic. So it's a horse using horse-powered turbo. Basically. Wonky, how we doing? Thank you for the 5 gifted. You're fantastic. Good done to you. Oh, you hit Amy's. Nice. No sleep till bedtime. I agree. How we doing, Wonky? Sag, you didn't get hit. Bugger, do that again in 3 days. That was a stretch. Why did that hype train kick off? Twitch, why did that hype train kick off? There was only one event. I have it set to a minimum of 2 events. Because I'm the hype man. Community, hype train, support events 2, enable hype train, autopilot's disabled. Apparently, Twitch must have vibe coded their hype train logic because it's not. I resubbed myself, so maybe that was why. Ah, okay. That resub hasn't come through on my activity feed. So in my activity feed, it only shows the gifted subs, which is why I was like, there's only been one event. What the hell are you doing? Like, that, what? Let's see, required level 7. Yeah, we'll leave that as it is there. We need to set up the... Where are we? Duplicate this. We'll do Bobble Stand case, because they're going to do the same thing. Like, it's going to be the same rough size. Sammy with 500. Holy gosh, dang it. How we doing? What up, Lean? How are you? I'm doing well, thank you for asking. So the game has a release date now? Correct, the 24th of July. I'm just setting up the last of the game data. Putting it into the UI, all that kind of stuff. And then... Yeah, Then we're testing. Enough code for the day. Time to game. Probably going to dream of if error not equal to nil. Yeah. You will. I can guarantee that. Chud's court case is starting. What? Oh, just bail hearing. He finally said hi to me, chat. It's been like 2.5 hours since I joined. I mean... Speak more. If you want me to say hi, you have to use bits or subs. Yeah, that's alright. I could bump it up to 5 and have it right there. And then the Z can be probably... Ooh, almost. Look at that. Ow! That was my knee. I got the fishy too. Is it case sensitive? Sure it is. Probably. I don't know. And now I'm orange. Thank you very much. Going around trying to bait white people with slurs, so... Chose a streamer who went around trying to bait people to attack him. Yeah, that person should be put in confinement. Mm-hmm. Oh, you're talking about the yeah, you're talking about that one, Charles. Yeah. Yeah. And every like everyone on that black kid's side is like claiming it was self-defense, but then you've got all of the witnesses that are like, no, it wasn't self-defense. It wasn't. Here's all the evidence. And then all the people that are supporting the kid are like, nah, la 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 la, it was self-defense, la 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 la. You have the hype conductor badge? You do. You do. Congrats. Ooh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Fantastic, you done. One, 2, 5, right? Something like that. That's close enough. Probably shrink you down to like that. Oh yeah. Now if we give this a... But I'm gonna save this as Bobble case box. Trez. I'll save this. I'll make this unique. Save it as Bobble case res. There we go. $16 sub now. Oh, damn. Need to add more badges. I do need to add more badges. I need them to flip upside down and for the color to drain out of them. Premeditated, same as the other one. Bring knife school, then pick and fight. Yeah. He's going to become an interesting platform if they get off. I simply think that if you use a right to abuse others, you should no longer get access to that right. Yeah. I'm of the opinion that governments need to start setting up a nuisance streamer database. And if that streamer, like if a streamer that is on that database attempts to enter your country, you just refuse them entry. You refuse them entry and go, nope, you're a nuisance streamer. We don't want you in our country being a pain in the ass. Fuck off. Go back home. Freedom of speech is okay in practice, but if you use that, use of that is to intentionally attempt to upset people for no purpose other than to exercise the right maliciously, then you don't get access to it. Kim Jong-un has one of those programs. I mean, we have a no-fly list for criminals and whatnot that you don't want entering the country or leaving the country. Set up the same thing for nuisance streamers. Like, if Johnny Somali ever tried... Like, if Johnny Somali makes it out of Korean... Like, South Korean prison... and attempts to come to Australia... Australia should just immediately detain him and send him back home. And be like, nah, fuck off. Problem is you have to trust the government to make the list. I mean, it's pretty easy to make the list. You just pay a group of 5 people to just spend time going through Kick and Twitch streams and be like, yep, this person's going around intentionally disrupting, like being a nuisance and whatnot. Done. Put them on the list. Pretty sure Taliban review your content before they let you enter. The only going to let you in if you make them look good. Twitch already have some of those lists. Just have them make it public. Yeah, exactly. Have Twitch make the nuisance streamer list public, and then governments just cross-check that. Some governments would add streamers or YouTube people that protest the government. Those governments are going to do that anyway. Those governments will do that anyway. They won't do that because Twitch's lists will have some pretty girls on. And we know how Twitch handles that. That's true. That's true. That's right, we provided the light there, didn't we? Anyway, so that's that mesh and texture all set up. And material and whatnot. Now, if we get rid of that, and we quick load this back up, save this as Bobble Stand Box. Damn it. Bobble Stand. There we go. That's that one done. You can get rid of that. Now in here, so for the bobble case, that one. And we open this. We do the same thing. That. So that's the bobble stand. There's the bobble stand there. Got the bobble stand case. Delivery layout will be 2, 1, 2. You'll be 2, 2, 2. So it'll be 4 and 8. Quantity 4 for the small box. Already 8. Ah, yeah, that's right. This needs delivery box. There we are. I don't agree with censorship, but the amount of content based purely on farming hates for likes is actually getting really out of control. I'm fine with censorship, just not excessive censorship. So, for example, like censoring certain imagery and stuff like that on live streams. I'm fine with that. Because live streams are accessible by everyone of every age. Yeah. I'm not okay with like excessive censorship. Like you're not allowed to say anything negative about a specific group or anything like that. Or you're not allowed to say anything that can be perceived as negative. Because then you start to go into, okay, well, it's now based on your feelings of the matter. Yeah. Like, is Friendly Geordies generally considered a positive figure in Oz? I've honestly never seen anything that they have done. Like, you'd be surprised, like, Friendly Geordies aren't, like, I don't know anyone in Australia that knows who the Friendly Geordies are. I think their audience is very much overseas. It's funny that I get spammed his content, but no Oz I ask, watch him. Yeah. Like, so that probably answers your question. Like, no, they're not a positive figure, but at the same time, they're not a negative figure. They're just someone that nobody knows. I wonder if there's a Brit equivalent. Do you know Colin Furs? Obviously very different content. Furze. This guy. Oh yeah? Okay. He has the bunker, right? Yes. Yes, he's building the bunker garage. Yeah. I have those as 7. How many of these unlocked? 12. 7. So we'll pop you. Actually, no, I'm gonna pop that there. Basements are not normal in the UK, so that's why it's so weird. Yeah. Yeah. I'm surprised there's not some weird anti-bunker law there. I mean, you're allowed to build anything as long as you get, like, permits and stuff. And approval to build it. Christ, that was a split end of a hair. Godot tutorials. Now that's good content. Yeah, there's 400,000 of them out there these days. Friendly Geordies blew up from working with Boy Boy and I Did a Thing. Another 2 people that I haven't heard of. To be honest, the part of the reason his content is impressive is that he got planning permission. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He must have had to prove some serious competence. Avoid watching my YouTube channel because that will show that I'm not competent. That's basically what he would have done. Don't go watch the YouTube video of me making a Hulkbuster suit of armor. Please. Don't watch the YouTube video of me making a hover bike. Please. Geordies can't be that irrelevant if the police pulled him as a fixated person and then his house mysteriously got firebombed. There must be some people watching him. There must be, but I don't know any of them. Like, the only reason I know about the Friendly Geordies is because they got firebombed. Before that, I had no idea who they were. Geordies has also been discussed in Parliament. Really? Have they? Fair enough. Case 8. The Russian hacker guy. Who's the Russian hacker guy? They're like a bubble case. There it is. Hypno, there is a series here in Ireland called Garda Down Under. It's basically about Irish people, Irish police moving to Oz. And it's pretty good, actually. Jeez. Why would they want to do that? Borrellaro specifically mentioned him. Maybe I'm misremembering. I think it was using them as an example of bad faith journalism. Oh yeah, there's a shit ton of those. Crazy Russian Hacker YouTube channel. That sounds familiar. I don't... It's ringing a bell, but I don't know why. You can tell they are so out of their element and it's hilarious. Irish people walking down the street seeing Aussies walking home at like 2 a.m. And they're like, have you guys been out? Yep. Huh. You haven't been drinking? Like, no, we drank. How are you not drunk? Just not drunk. Then the Irish police are like, huh? Not drunk? That doesn't make sense. It's Funny because Irish. Sorry, sir, you are not drunk enough to drive home. Please go back to the bar. What do you mean the bar closes at 8? 8 a.m., right? I'm joking, of course. It's a joke. Bars don't close at 8 a.m. or 8 p.m. They close right on time at 1 a.m. Oz seems like an interesting place. Very strange enough, though. It's kind of got that wild frontier attitude, despite being first world. We really just don't give a shit. That's the main thing. Like, we'll make fun of people. We'll have fun at their expense. If you don't like it, really don't care. Every Australian I encountered had a bit of an edge to them. And they're boring. Are they boring Australians? Yep. Right here. When most people look at Australia in general, I think they forget how massive it is. Yes. Yes, it is so freaking huge. Already done that. That's going to be a stand, yep. England is, we are very good at pretending to give a shit and not doing much. And we like making fun of ourselves specifically. I have to sleep, I'm moving house tomorrow. Ooh, nice! I hope the move goes well. Get that sleep. All this seems to be set up now. Yep, it's all good. I'm going to quickly commit this up before I lose all this data for some unforeseen crash or something. Oh, nice. I'm in the ROI. What? The Republic of Ireland. I grew up in London, but I'm out in the sticks now. Yuck. Sorry. British sticks. That sounds relaxing. You don't have to worry about anything in the British sticks. When you said you live out in the sticks now, I immediately thought of like Australian outback, and I was like, ew, why would you choose to live there? That's so dangerous. Weedem, how we doing? Fwee. I need a custom shout out for you. Thank you for the gifted sub to Sunny Wonky. Much appreciated. I'd imagine in the UK sticks you still have access to facilities. Yeah, they're not 150 kilometers from the nearest city. When you're in Britain and you're out in the sticks, you're actually like 10 kilometers out of the city in any direction. I'm 30 miles from the My City. What's the My City? It's more than 150 kilometers over here in WA. Yeah, in WA, it's like 800 kilometers to the nearest city. Sorry, just My. Oh, My City. Right. Right, I got ya. So you live 2 cities over from where you work, from where your city is. Yep. Work for a UK company, and my brother lives in Liverpool, so I enjoy the UK. Yuck. But yeah, Fui, give us a custom shout out so that I can add that into my little overlay here, and then whenever you pop up or whenever you raid in, it will automatically give you that shout out message. So make it count. For example, Booyah's shout out is video games are for the birds. Fruitsy has check out Fruitsy's weird internet puppet show. Goes on about little virtual slime, all that kind of stuff. Jedum is basement dweller, tamer of triangles, and part-time slime lord. Reads 50% of his Twitch messages here, and then a link to Jedum's Twitch. Otter Make Games. Theirs is just otter, 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 otter. England is a wonderful place to live. Has been better, but we're still like top 5. But everyone online would have you thinking it's on fire. I think that's a lot of places in the world right now. Especially with the recent Parliament stuff that happened. Yeah. I think there's a lot of stuff that Western countries need to shape up. I mean the Epstein stuff. No, I mean the other stuff to do with the certain type of very horrible gangs that are going on. Fui quit her corporate job to go indie. Game dev, mocap, animations, viewer interactivity builds. Alright, let's get this added in. So yeah, I think because of that type of stuff, I do think that there's a lot of stuff that needs to change in terms of immigration law. Not necessarily... Yeah. There we go. See, Fui. It's already in there. Bam. What are you using for the auto shoutouts? I have a command for my shoutouts, but I have to manually trigger them right now. So I can manually trigger them, but I have my own custom overlay. I have my own overlay that I built right here. Of course you do. Yep. Of course I do. So you'll see here under shoutouts, we've got everyone's name that's a streamer that also pops into the stream So whenever any of these people raid me or they say something, this automatically goes off. But I can also click the button. I can also click this button here, and it will do that shout out. And once the shout out goes off, it remembers until the overlay is closed. So that way it only goes off once per stream. I've lived in the back ass of nowhere my whole life, so I don't think I would enjoy the UK for that reason. Maybe really rural Wales and Scotland, but England is basically one massive city at this stage. Yeah, true. The game's just talking about isolated in a very specific place enabled by a very specific ideology. So we're not representative of the UK police as a whole, in my opinion. I don't think that matters, Sonny. I think that the fact it was even able to happen in the first place requires a shit ton of changes. The fact that it was able to happen requires a very big clean out and restart. I view it the same way as cleaning a wound. You don't just like take care of what you can see. You've got to go through and you've got to like do like a proper deep clean, take care of things that are like in the surrounding area and stuff as well to, yeah. I don't think anyone honestly thinks that police here don't need a very big overhaul of police behavior, but it's not just police behavior. It's police. There needs to be a police overhaul, and there also needs to be a immigration overhaul, and there needs to be a housing policy overhaul, and there needs to be a legal overhaul as well. Like, I'm noticing a lot of countries will detain people that have committed a crime, that are obviously violent people, and then let them out, pending further investigation. Recently, in like a day or so ago, there were people at Flinders Street in Melbourne with machetes. Like the most popular train station in Melbourne. And there were people running around there with machetes. Police detained a bunch of them. But then those people were let out pending further investigation. And it's like, no, fucking leave them in there until the investigation is done. You caught them with machetes. Are you allowed to carry a machete in Oz? No. No, unless it is for work purposes. Like if you're a lumberjack and you're going to work with your chainsaw and your machete and your like all the gear you need to like take down like forests and shit. No. So yeah, like those people need to just be like, they need to just be kept detained until the investigation is finished. And then you put them in jail when it's like, yes, they committed a crime and now they're going to jail. Because all you're doing by letting them back out on the streets is giving them extra time to commit more crime. That's all you're doing. These things are limited in the UK, be resources and funding, both of which are limited by our leaders, who do not care. I don't think, like, saying that it's limited because of resources and funding, I don't care if these people are kept 10 to a cell for a month and a half They've committed a crime. They've given up their rights to freedom at that point. Like, I think the way the system should work, citizens and permanent residents are taken care of first. Then people with visas are taken care of. And then criminals and people that are currently in jail. Like, that's what I think the order should be. The countries with the lowest recidivism rates all have decent treatment of their prisoners. So that requires an overhaul of the prison system. But you're not gonna get that done. And like you need to go down before you go up. Like, you can't improve your prison system when you don't have the resources for the number of people that should be in there at the moment, because then you're talking about more funding and resources to facilitate these current prisoners and the extra prisoners that need to go in there, and then increasing that basically double to give them better resources while they're in there. Resources exist though, that's my point. Not to the level they need to. So, let me put it this way. You've heard of the term career criminal, right? You've heard of the term career criminal. I just wanted to circle back on moderator application. Denied, that's all. Of course. Okay. Why do we let that be a term? Why is that something that exists? Because in my opinion, if you are a career criminal, someone that has made a career out of breaking the law, why do we continue to let that person exist in society? If we got rid of anyone that was a career criminal, we would have more resources to rehabilitate the people that are not career criminals. Like, we're wasting resources on people that are never going to be productive members of society, when we could be taking those resources and using them for people that are first-time offenders and rehabilitating them and making sure they don't become career criminals. Whereas crime is decided by very specific people. No, it's not. Drugs generally are always suspended sentences. Also need to bring back forced waiver camps for prisoners in USA. Like, my main issue is we imprison someone for a violent crime. We imprison them for, murder or a form, like, varying forms of sexual assault and stuff like that. And then we release them and they commit the same crime again, and then we send them back into prison. And then we release them and they commit the same crime again, and we send them back to prison. The solution for that, there is a solution for that. You eliminate those people, and then you take the resources that would have gone into putting them in prison and dealing with their future crimes and all that kind of stuff over the next 50 years. You take that money and you put it towards people that are not doing those crimes and rehabilitating those people. Like, yes, you give them a second chance. I agree. Second chance. Give them a second chance. But don't give them a third chance, or a fourth chance, or a 28th chance. No. You've had your second chance. You did the same thing again. That's it. It's done. Texas says 3-strike program. 1 strike too many. 1 strike too many. Career criminal is normally like thief. Yeah. Like if you're a career criminal where you're just stealing things from other people and that is your life, you're not a productive member of society. Just get rid of them. That person does not bring any benefit to the country or to society. What's the next merch that we're doing? We got the plushies, we got the comics. We've got the bubble gum, the Pez, the blowers, the video games. Oh, we need the video games. I think it was repair kit, wasn't it? Yeah, it was this thing. Did I set up the repair kit? I think I set up the repair kit. No, I didn't set up the repair kit. Sweet. Alright. We can change the name of this creator bobble then. Yeah. I do get the sentiment. I think I agree if we had a much more consistent and capable judicial system. So I think the reason we don't have a capable and consistent judicial system is because they are overworked, because they continue to reprocess the same people for the same thing over and over and over again, and they just need to move on to the next case and get it done. The second you start to whittle down the number of people that are doing these things, though, it will be a more capable and more consistent legal system. Do you watch any of the game showcase videos, like for PlayStation and Xbox? Not really. Like, usually when I wake up in the morning, they are ending. So, yeah. I disagree. We don't have these things because anything close to it would be extremely inconvenient for the ruling class. Because by far the most impactful and detrimental crimes to society are financial and very, very widespread. Yes. Now, we need to clarify the financial crimes you're talking about, though, because a lot of people will view tax avoidance as tax evasion, which it isn't. So there are legal ways to avoid tax. And that is generally that is generally what the upper, like what the richest people do. The richest people will do tax avoidance, where they have like all of their money in shares and they're writing off business losses and all this kind of stuff so that they don't have tax to pay. Mustache is incredible. It is. It's fantastic. Fraud, insiders trader, tax evasion, illegal holdings probably account for multiple times over the cost of any street level offender. True. See, my main problem, I don't care about people at the top doing like insider trading and stuff like that, because that's not causing, like, that's not them breaking into someone's house and causing physical harm to somebody in order to get a TV. You know? Like, yes, those crimes need to be dealt with, but those crimes also aren't putting general population in physical risk. Like, and if I had my way, every politician would have a wealth cap. You would not be able to be a politician if you if you had a net worth of a certain amount. You would not, if you were a politician and your net worth exceeded a certain amount while you were in politics, then you would be required to resign and give your seat up for election, because you've gotten that money somehow. How did you get all that money on a government employee salary? And those people that reach that threshold would also be investigated and audited to make sure they didn't receive their money through any illegal means. Every politician would also be required to have their taxes every financial year be put out in the open. Regardless of who you are, it doesn't matter. So all of this stuff, like, I would put all of this stuff in place to make sure that people that are actually in power are not there for financial reasons, but are there to actually lead. So, would you tie it to multiple of the median pay? I would have members of Parliament and Senate paid. I would have them paid probably twice the average pay of citizens. The reason being is because they are putting their entire personal and private life in the spotlight. They basically have no privacy. And also, they are meeting random people every day. They are interacting with random people every day, which puts them at risk of, like, physical harm because of political differences and some insane person wanting to harm them because they didn't do what they wanted them to do and stuff like that. But it's not gonna be so much money that people go in there being like, oh, I'm gonna do this because it's a really nice payday, you know? Obama go into office broke and come out with 100 million plus. They just put everything under their family's name or some other name. You have to really punish the mechanics for making the money itself, not after the fact. As soon as they are wealthy, they are already powerful enough to undermine anything else you put in place. As well, I would place more harm on the part of the financial cheats than the guy robbing a house. So, this is why I would have, like, I would have, like, a bunch of auditing done for these people. So, like, and they would be audited continuously. It would be like, we're going to make sure every financial year that all the auditing is done correctly. Anything that can be tied to you, like if you were running a company but you've signed it off to your partner while you do politics, that company's also going to be part of the audit to make sure that you are not actually doing anything in that company. All of your communications will also be audited. I would require politicians, every time they have a meeting or a dinner or a lunch or travel somewhere for any reason, it would legally be required to be recorded and made publicly available. Any phone call you have would be required to be publicly available. That way, you're not able to... You're like, if you have a meeting with a business and that business is like, well, you know, like we can give you a shit ton of stock if you allow this to go through. It's like, all right, cool. Well, that company's now fucked for bribery. I think you'd make the most vulnerable nation on Earth if you did that. I mean, people want transparency, don't they? What's more transparent than that? Yeah. I do, but I don't want foreign nations to have a look inside my country's entire power structure. Do you think that foreign nations don't already have that? Do you think that there's parts of America's government that China doesn't know everything about? Do you think there's parts of the Chinese government that America doesn't know everything about? They all know everything to do with every other country. Like, the only things they don't know are like certain classified military research programs and development programs and such. I'd wager they know more about what's supposed to be hidden than not. Yeah, exactly. The only things they don't know will be the most important, sensitive things, yeah. It's like, obviously I would still keep some things, like, confidential. Like, if a politician was having a meeting with military generals and admirals and stuff like that, obviously that stuff would be confidential and classified. But the second you bring in a party that is external to the government, like the second you bring in a private entity, it's no longer classified or confidential. That's what I would say. Someone just needs to bring a bunch of military generals to their external corporate meeting. Nope. The second you involve a private entity, a private corporation, or a member of a private corporation. No, not happening. My first month as game dev, and I'm happy to be part of the community. Nice army of toasters. What game are you working on? Do you have one that you're working on, or are you just like tinkering around at the moment and stuff? What if the external company is, say, an arms dealer? What's your point? Do they have a military contract? I have a dream project horror game postponed. I'm making a cozy puzzle game right now for lore purposes. Nice. Smart. Don't make your dream project right away. Work on your secondary. Make this unique. Save this as... Where is it? Agree to disagree. I would suspect it's probably important for governments to be able to have conversations with private entities that aren't recorded and distributed to the public. That said, that's not really a limiter on greater transparency. If you give them the ability to hide something through some arbitrary, oh no, this has to be classified mechanic, then you're going to continue to have insider trading and fraud and stuff like that at those higher levels. So you're never actually going to solve the problem. What's weird is in the UK, we do actually have a lot of power and transparency in our government, and basically no one engages with it. And you can watch all these debates live, see who votes on what, etc. Yeah, every country has those. Australia has that, America has that. I wouldn't call that transparency. Like, you can go to Parliament House and watch those debates. Like, if you're already a citizen, if you're already a UK citizen, have free roam between the UK and Ireland anyway. Yes. China is better at logistics and proxy warfare, plus the population. The massive number of bodies ready for war. The problem is how well trained those people are. So the way I would solve it would be consistently and actively punish the acts. That's my point. But like, you're saying you would consistently and actively punish the acts, but you're also saying that you would give them a way to conceal those acts behind some arbitrary classified meeting. So you don't actually, like, you... What are you punishing? You have no evidence of the crime taking place, so you can't punish them. You've got a problem here. There's actually no implementable way to stop them doing that, so that doesn't undermine the safety of your nation. I'm saying there's actually no... So you're saying there's actually no implementable way to stop them doing that, so that doesn't undermine the safety of your nation. So you would consistently and actively punish the crime, but there's no way to actually stop them doing it. without undermining the safety of the nation. Like, do you want to stop them, or do you want to have a safe nation? Like, I think your solution stops all possibility of a corrupt action. I think that problem is much too hard to solve, but I think you can be better at investigating and actively punishing those things internally. I would say if you're relying on an internal, if you're relying on an internal investigation and punishment, that system is going to become corrupted. So talking about government corruption stuff, anyone hear about the IPOs? SpaceX, OpenAI trying to steal money from our retirement account. What do you mean trying, Toasters? What do you mean trying? Internal to the nation, not like self-evaluation. Too big to fail, boys. Anyway. Nothing's gonna change unless something's done to make it change. So we can sit here and talk about what we'd like all day long. It's never gonna actually. Nothing's ever gonna actually change because no one's ever actually going to do anything about it. So. This way, one country did jail the bankers responsible for causing their recession. It is possible. But jailing the bankers that caused the recession, they're just going to be replaced by other bankers that work with the politicians, and those politicians. But you still have the corrupt politicians in power, so. Yes, but if they fuck up, they go to jail too. But the politicians are the ones that you need to get rid. Like, the corrupt politicians are the ones you need to deal with. Like, Norway, so they probably jailed them for 4 days. Change happens slowly, then all at once. Never good change. Never good change. Do I already have create a bubble? I think I already do. Save the... Fuck off. God damn it. Make unique. Save as. Agree to disagree res. And you agree to disagree trez. Perfect. Oh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. I'm just doing a bunch of boring stuff, setting up game data and stuff at the moment. We're releasing our game on the 24th of July, Army. Yeah. I think we can be better at that without having to make all meetings publicly recorded, for instance. I don't think so. The number of shady deals that politicians do with each other in order to get their own legislation passed is part of the corruption, I think. You're going to be the next Belatro? God, no. God, no. Let's save this as... Battle Bobbles. God. Gamer, the answer to your question is yes. Good and bad change depends on where you're sitting. I would want the Epstein files release to result in consequences. Yeah, same here. Everyone would. Everyone would. And that is possible. I think England might be the only place that's actually jailed someone. Yeah, they are. It's because every politician was like, oh my god, this is so bad, we need to release everything. And then they waited a month or so until nobody was talking about it anymore. And now they're like, cool, now no one's talking about it. Let's hide it so that none of us go to jail. At least that's what it seems like happened. That's what it seems like. Agree or disagree, battle bubbles. Pair kit. What else was there? There was the create bubble. Yep, override it. Okay, what was the last one? Bobble trap. Bobble trap game. This song sounds like something out of Death Road to Canada. All the music is by Stream Tunes up here in the top left. Got Stream Tunes up there. It's currently playing bonus level. Now it's playing high on pentakills. It's all on Spotify. You can just play it through Spotify. They've got a bunch of different playlists as well. So this is their chip tune. There we go. This will be boxed game kits. Then we're gonna rename that boxed game kits. Where's the creator bubble? There it is. That references the delivery box. This is... Why does that reference the delivery box? That. That one right there. Now, if we go... That's right. Pop into here. Let's see what's happening. description, create a bubble. Cool. SpaceX builds giant space fleet. China will stand no chance. Neither will America, neither will any other country. It'll just be SpaceX. 99% sure Charles is a bot. Probably. You'll notice that I haven't really been responding to them. So. I need to sleep. What have I done? No, go to sleep, Sonny. Go to sleep. Can I redeem read a Terry Pratchett quote before I go to bed to cap off this very interesting conversation on corruption? Probably not. No. I would really hope a left-wing president here in America would result in a bunch of jail time being mass handed out. It wouldn't, though. It wouldn't, though. See, the problem is, Inspirator, politicians are not actually left and right. Politicians are very they're all centric. They just appear left or right in order to appease their voters. But when they're negotiating behind the scenes and stuff, they're all centrist. Like, they're all trying to get things passed. They're like, yeah, cool. Like, wait, that you want to get that done? Cool. We want to get this done. Can we get we'll let you do that if you let us do that. Yep, cool, awesome. Yeah. And what's more important is they actually don't give a shit. Like, there are people on the left that are entangled with all of that stuff, as well as people on the right. So it doesn't matter who goes into power. You're going to have someone that's not going to let anything get done, because it'll mean they will get done too. So... Ow. These posters would be artwork too. We'll see what happens. Yeah. Yeah. Very much. I've gotten bored of Charles. I think he was just trying to get banned, to be honest. Yeah, I just gotten bored of him. Let's see, lay flat. Max per visit 3. Let's duplicate this to be repair kits. Grab this. Quick load. I don't know if I need this set, to be honest. I think I might. But we'll find out. I don't think I don't think I need that set. I think I just need this set. I think I just need these two. I think like these two here I can actually get rid of. I didn't get the, I didn't get those set up. Did I do it for the others? I think I did it for the others, right? If I go... Yeah, we've got Agree to Disagree. We've got Battle Bobbles. And we've got Bobble Trap. Alright. Let's get that one. Pick it. Now the other thing I want to do as well. Now we've got that light set up. Let's get Bobble Trap. Some of the images I've got are too... They're not bright enough. I was also bored of him, that's why I stopped engaging. It was fun for a minute. It was fun for a minute, but then they just got boring. Very few rounds of words. Rather, no rounds of words. That's true. We'll make it up tomorrow. We'll make it up tomorrow by having just a straight hour of words, Sammy. Now, if I do that, Sammy, and you're not participating, I immediately stop it. You may need to remind me to do that too, because I'll probably forget. We should be able to get the last of this game data set up tonight. Oh shit, no. Repair kit. we go. Yeah, we'll be able to get the rest of this stuff. So, I get bored of words after the first couple of fails. So everyone in chat needs to participate. That's what needs to happen. That's truly what we need. Perfect. That's where we'll go. I know where we're going to go. We'll get this stuff set up, like finished set up tonight. We don't have much more of it to set up. It's just going to be a lot of copying and pasting and whatnot. But yeah, I probably would have gotten it done this morning if we didn't have so much talking. But hey, I stream. Talking's part of the job, right? Alright. I will be back in 5 hours. We'll get this stuff finished off. And then start testing, basically. Once all of it's finished off, we can start testing the game. Fixing up bugs. Getting placements working and positioning correctly and stuff like that. So yeah, I look forward to it. Have a good one, all. Enjoy your... Yeah. Enjoy whatever time of day it is. Toodles, good hunts.